Alright, welcome and good evening. It's Sunday, it's Factorio time. If we have any idea how to play that game, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. So I was also just I was preparing a little bit and just go like, what the hell did we do last time? And it was like, oh yeah, the new city blocks, back to novice, setting up expansions, that kind of thing. So that's going to be where we are going to continue today on sort of looking a little bit do a little bit more on what can we do with the new design, and yeah, I don't know. There were some interesting ideas about how to scale things up. So I think it's interesting, and that's something we're gonna of course take a look at today as again. Something that something I've been struggling with, that I think that maybe some other people here are sort of in the same position. If we think back to the start of Corona, we didn't know how bad it was going to get. Hey, Banjo, 75-month streak, that is impressive. We didn't know how bad it was going to be, but then when sort of everything shut down, then it was sort of, so what the fuck is going to happen with the stock market? And what would be a good thing to invest in or divest from as a result of that? And then I was like, it could go up, it could go down, it could, like, everything sort of could be argued for and against. And then sort of as it turned out, there was like, hey, the Rubial, thank you for the 2 months, welcome back. Then as it sort of it came through, then okay, it turned out that people were sitting at home, didn't have anything to do, so they were investing in stock market because they couldn't go out to stores to buy. And by the way, they were sort of bringing things in by post order. That makes sense because they couldn't go out and the shops were closed, so they're sitting at home ordering things from China. Makes sense. Okay, so logistical issues, that makes sense. And then sort of also just since you can't buy things that you would normally do or go out, then there'd be more sort of cash in hand, and that's been spent on sort of casual investment. So a lot of money flowed into the stock market during that time. And I was like, those are all things that in retrospect, it was like, it's so obvious, right? It's so fucking obvious. And I find myself in a similar situation now. I'm overexposed to the S&P 500, and then I'm like, that could be really good, or it could be really bad. But after the fact, if there is an after the fact, when we were sitting around the campfire talking about that time when civilization still was there, it becomes like excruciatingly obvious what of course was going to happen. But looking forward, it's not so obvious. Like right now, Rheinmetall is probably a good investment, but other people have seen that as well. I think that's a really sound investment. and other maybe Airbus as well, for example. But you know, I don't know any other European military arms dealers, but that would be like a pretty good safe place to invest money. Not a safe place, but a potential growth market. Let's say like that. But how? Anyone have any? I'm not saying insights. Just dump it all into crypto because that's a great idea, particularly Ethereum. What would make money? Well, yeah. I mean, it's my retirement fund, and I'm managing it myself. Do we wish for war then? Seems problematic. Really? Oh, I love that. Thank you for activating my trap card. So, when you buy a house and fire insurance for your house, do you wish your house to burn down? Do you, when you have insurance on your car, do you want to get in an accident? You kind of missing it. If you, all right, let's just not have any armies. Then I'm sure that no one will attack us. If we don't have any military, we'll be safe because how does that work again? Yeah. It goes up too much. We may not be around to cash in. Yeah. If the house burned down the first month, though, whoo, yeah, man, it's just you might as well just burn it down yourself to get some value out of your insurance. I might as well take out a life insurance as well. Now you're at it, and just you can cash in on that whenever you want, or technically your next in line can cash in on that whenever you want to. So I mean, if you want to optimize, that's a great way to optimize. Yeah, Hawkcoin, great idea, great idea. I heard they're pretty cheap now. Yeah. No, but I can't see if it's good to divest from the US market or not. I can't figure it out. And that's why I've always been like, fuck it. I just put my money in ETFs and then whatever. The US market is everything is hooked up to the US market. So if the US market goes to shit, then everything goes to shit. Because everything is linked. So you might as well put it in there because that's the highest return on investment. That's been my logic. And that's why I've overexposed myself to the US market. Now I'm not really sure that President Reagan, I think, started the big stick doctrine in the US. Oh, definitely not. Big stick is way older than that. Is it Churchill? Speak softly and carry a big stick. Is that Churchill? It seems like a Churchill thing. Monroe? It's definitely older than Reagan. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, since start of the year, let's just say it like that. The U.S. market has not been performing very well. I mean, obviously, the feudal lord over in Russia has been performing extraordinarily well. All the US markets are down and all the Russian markets are up. Well, yeah, that's great. What was the slogan? Make Russia great? I can't remember. It must have been like that because it certainly seems like way. Anyway, in the Kingdom of USA. Yep, it's a subsidy of it's a vassal state of the Russia, isn't it? Yeah, well, it is an interesting, definitely not on my bingo cards for 2025. Though I was, so, anyway, I was thinking, am I gonna invest more, less, different? I have no idea. Teddy Roosevelt, makes sense, yeah. After a little bit of Googling there. So anyway, I don't know. Is anyone else having sort of thoughts about their investment portfolio and whether it is matching the expectation, matching your sort of outlook on the world? Yeah, I think that my strategy is going to be do nothing and then kind of just weather the storm. If it's kind of like because the thing is, if I don't make a decision, if I don't make an active decision on divesting from, let's say, S&P 500, then that's just it. I play it long, sure. But if I actively go and withdraw my money and put it into something else, then I'll have a lot of buyer's remorse or seller's remorse. If things, then I'll be sort of monitoring it. It was the same, kind of the same thing when I got fired from my old job, and then I had a fuck ton of options that were sort of got vested, and then I was like, okay, I am way overexposed in this one company that fired me. That doesn't make sense. Even though it's performing well, it just doesn't make sense to be all in on one company. So that's yeah. It's I think that it's just gonna be like, yeah, maybe don't invest too heavily anymore. And even if there is a correction of, I don't know, even 20% correction, which would be like extraordinarily big, then I mean, that's kind of the growth last year. So like, oh my god, it's a massive fall. Yeah, it's the lowest it's been for 3 weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months maybe. So it's, yeah. Anyway, that was a little bit of a thing. Can't see that no one is weighing in with their crypto strategies that are going to the moon. And I know it's funny. Like, I've been talking to my dad about, like, we've been talking about bitcoins like on and off for years, and it's always been like, well, we should have bought them back when we talked about it, but now they're too expensive. And we've been saying that for 10 years. Whether they were at $100 or $1,000 or $10,000 or $100,000, it's still like, oh, but now it's too late. And the funny thing is, yeah, that's kind of how it is, right? I have my president mixed up. Yeah, well, either be the ones that scams I'm grantor or I want like cancer. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that there is no, the thing with cryptocurrency is that they don't have an intrinsic value. Like, a company has an intrinsic value. It produces stuff. It has patents. It has employees. It can generate a revenue on a year-to-year basis. So there's something tangible here. A Bitcoin is basically just, you buy it hoping there's a bigger sucker that you'll buy it at a more expensive price later on. And so far, that scam, that sort of kick the can down the road has been working perfectly. But you know, at some point, whether it's now, whether it's in 10 years, but it kind of relies on the bigger idiot. And then someone is going to be sitting there with their pictures of monkeys and they spend millions of dollars on, and then somehow not a lot of people are buying JPEGs of monkeys these days. They are not. You don't hear a lot about like JPEGs being sold for millions of dollars these days. So I guess there might be a little bit of buyer's remorse there from some of the purchases there, but that's definitely also someone who's been making a good fortune on that for absolutely nothing. A non-train based megabase? No. I mean, I'm basically doing a non-train based megabase right now, so yeah. To be a real psychopath to buy when it's cheap and not sell when it doubles, triples its price, let alone hold it until 100k. Yeah, I know. And then it becomes like, okay, so you just hodl, and then what? Like, how do you turn it that you don't have a value until you sell it? So even if you bought it at 10 cents and you have them now, then they don't have a value until you sold them. And if you sell them now at, I don't know, whatever it is, at 100,000 or something, then you're going to regret it maybe next year when it's 200,000. Or if you had the attitude that I would sell them when they're worth enough, then you would have sold them at 10,000. So yeah. What is the US dollar backed by? By the United States, hence the name. And yeah. Intrinsic value argument even for companies like even the dollar hasn't been backed by gold for 50 plus years. Yes, of course it hasn't, because that's not what it is. It is a trust in the in whoever has produced it, and there is still some value left in the US, and yeah, so I mean that's all. Isn't that all of, I don't know what they crypto bros call it, fiat money? That is not backed by precious metals such as gold. Yeah, okay, so it is fiat money, but I don't know what fiat stands for. It must be like an abbreviation of something, some sorts, an acronym of sorts. Why is that not the first thing that says? Type of government issued currency that is not backed by fiat currency is typically designated. Why fiat? Why? What is the name? Where does the name come from? How can that not be the first thing that says history? No. Oh my god, how is that not the first thing that says in the article? Like, what is the origin of the name? Alright, I can't bother to read articles. Latin for created. Okay. That might be a really good place to start with the article, like, oh, comes from the Latin created. Any money has value only if you can get stuff for it. It's not a gotcha, it's how money worked for a long time. Yeah, that's how it is. But the question is who's backing it, right? Yeah, originally it was backed by gold, silver, whatever, something. Yeah, but then at some point that doesn't really make sense anymore. And of the gold standard since 37, I think. And honestly, a lot before that, but I think it was only sort of officially around that time. Which, you know, but there's still a big difference between it is backed by the American government, which whatever the hell that means these days, but that's something. Like the same as like, then you can say like, okay, gold is only valuable because people ascribe it value. Sure, you can use it for production of things, but that doesn't make it, that's not the value of it. Like the value of gold is not derived from its usability. It's derived from it's a scarce resource and it's shiny. Yay, people want it. So then it might as well just be any precious material. Like uranium might also be a better thing because it actually has more applicability. But there's a historical argument to gold and silver. So yeah. Aren't diamonds like really common? Yeah, diamonds are completely useless. They are produced commercially at no price. The way you can see it is if you buy a diamond engagement ring and you pay a shit ton of money for it and you want to sell it back to the jeweler, they're not going to pay much for it. They're going to pay absolutely nothing for it. But if you have a gold ring, then you get decent money from a jeweler or a pawn shop. But definitely not a diamond rings. They have barely any value because they're just, yeah. As industrial abrasives. Yeah, they're very yes, but the diamonds are not like the Koh-i-Noor or the Star of Africa that's being used for drilling. They are manufactured diamonds. But the bears bought all the mines with jewelry grade stones and made a monopoly. Lab diamonds are cutting massively into their profits now, though. Yes, of course. So, yeah, basically free. Exactly, it's carbon and a little bit of pressure. There we go. Done. Will be gone from mainstream. Yeah, the thing is, like, diamonds are such a think about this, like the idea of how the fuck did a hype train incoming? There's no activity at all, and then it suddenly pops up with a hype train incoming. What the fuck is going on with these hype trains? Identical to natural diamonds, they're probably a bit higher quality, I would imagine. Why the hell did they spawn a hype train out of nowhere? Anyway, maybe that's just, yeah, whatever. Yeah, so imagine like this, where you buy an engagement ring for your one true love, and the argument is that you're gonna no, this is a real diamond. This has been mined by slaves in South Africa under the worst conditions. That is how much I love you. It's not something that's created in a lab or no. It is, there is human life that has been wasted just to carve the stone and bring it to you. Like, that's a really silly argument. It's like when, I mean, you can use the same argument for gold, but there is no other way to get gold. So, but here it's like, you could get 2 identical diamonds, but I chose the one that's bathed in blood. That's how much I love you. Yeah, with all the talks about money. Yeah, we should have the bank command. There we go. I don't even know. I definitely didn't create this one. I don't know. It was something like when we talked about bank, the stream just shut off. It happened too many times. Right. Well, we're so happy that this hype train has popped up so that it wastes the hype train cooldown on something completely useless. So either go crazy on hype train or wait an hour or something. If only Nightbot had the right command. Well, it does. Gold is actually extremely useful. Yeah. Hey Gareth, thank you for the 71 months. Woo! Now it's hype train activated.
Welcome home.
Probably popped on chat engagement. It shouldn't do that. It's definitely, it's set to only activate on 5 on 5 donations, so, or subs. So it has happened before, so I don't know. Maybe Twitch is trying something new with like, ooh, random hype trains. Like, no thanks. That's kind of defeating the point of hype trains, doesn't it? Hype train should be when there is hype going on, not sort of the other way around. So, this is not Fez. Thank you for the 47 months. Cool. Sudden increase in viewership? No. Definitely not. Start spamming in chat? No, please don't. As a trigger? No, definitely not. And thank you for the 500 bits, Jordan M. Thank you for that. Let's start. We can at least do that so we can see the hype train. Well, this is the one. I have not made any new videos for Factorio because I just honestly didn't know what to do in terms of new videos. So I was a little bit lost. And Sujin, thank you for gifting a sub. And Anonymous, thank you for 55 subs.
Subscriber arrives.
Short on cash, that's all I got today. Don't worry about it. I mean, well, worry about it if you're short on cash. That's never nice to be short on cash. But don't spend your last penny on throwing it after some dude on the internet. As much as I appreciate the donations, I don't want your last dollar. And a random max, thank you so much for $5. Or 5, not the 5 gift subs. Yes. Any plans to getting back to space exploration? Absolutely. Unequivocally, no. Definitely not. I will not touch space exploration. I did not like it one bit. And a random max has appeared for 62 months.
Tales of our endeavors proliferate.
Your new player videos are probably outdated by now. No, not really. Just not too much disposable. Yeah, I think that's all. Okay, so I would imagine. Now I don't know where you're located in the world, Sujin, but I think that many, no matter, basically wherever you're located in the world, now it's probably a time when at least for me, I'm thinking, should I start sort of holding a little bit back on sort of splurging on random expenses? Thank you, Torman, for the 200 bits. Has Mackerel run out of fuel yet? Oh yeah, we're still flying, we're still coming back. Ah, there's still fuel, but there's no more in here. But they're still on the belt. 2 in this, and then whatever there's up here, so. But we're flying as fast as we can so we can get. So, yeah, and I think that might actually be a thing that I can't be the, oh, well, I can, but I may not be the only one who feels that way. How's the belt storage thing? We had to kill it. Let's see, where do we actually monitor stuff on the belt? Oh, not yet. Okay, it's still 9,400, so this is not in jeopardy. Blues and Gabber? Oh no. Blues what? Putting babies in a box and rails for SpaceX would be nice. But that 100% me being lazy. Yeah, it's not really that interesting, because if I wanted to redo it, I'd want to redo it in a different way. For example, I'm building new city blocks, and it doesn't really make sense to spend effort on updating something for the old city block when I could and should probably update it for the new city block design. Right, so you might make it, you might also not make it. I am... These are barely using any... Like, what is using all the power here? We can see that the power is dipping. So it is sort of... This is the power graph, so it'll fall down. Of course, it jumps up as we increase the speed. Here, legendary railgun turrets, that's what's using the majority of our power. So I don't know, about 150 or something. I think we're gonna make it, actually. I think we're gonna make it. Like 9 plus 10 plus 11, that's 30, 31. So, 41 in here. And then on the belt, we have... Oh, I thought I... Oh, here. Not monitoring that belt. I don't know. Oh, there it is, 106. So I have 41 plus 106 plus 7. So it's 48. So, yeah, okay. So 106 plus the 41, that's 147. And plus another 7, so that's... Oh, plus another 9 there. So it's 147 plus 9. So 157. That should be enough. So 150. Cool. All right, that is the 1 minute warning on the hype train. 10 subs to complete the train, and then we'll see. 10 subs to get us to keep the train alive. All right, so I built this last time. This is a pretty good build, and let me see how fast it actually scales up. It makes 11,000 per second here, which is a pretty decent amount. Nope, not gonna make it. And then we have to get it into a location here. This one will only consume like a little bit. Yeah. So we can definitely, with just trains like this, these are actually going to be... Oh, sucks. Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Amazing. Keeping the dream alive. Keeping the dream alive. So nice. Amazing, thank you. All right. There is but hope. All right, and that means this is generally the size, and that's just going to be how we build up these repositories. So that's good. We've come up with a city block design. You can see these city blocks are smaller. They be good. There we go. What is better? Putting liquid ore on trains or solid products, iron plate, iron steel. This is better. It's better because this one can handle 50,000. So it's more compact in a measure of train, train wagons. You can have more. But I would really like a spider from factory. Yeah, that's not really necessary. Okay, so this is kind of how we want to do it. So that means we can now sort of start designing a build of something that will then have just liquids coming in. The great thing about having liquids is that we have liquid iron, molten iron and molten copper, and they both can be crafted into two different things that will need to be done, which means that do we need copper coils, or do we need copper plates, or do we need low-density structures? Yes, that's copper. Or do we need iron or steel or gears or pipes or low-density structure? Then it's iron coming in. So yeah. Why are there no signal lines in your city block? Signal lines? You mean like red and green wire? Because you don't need them, because you can just use what's it called? Radars now. That's why. Cool. So let's see what. Oh, it's slow. What would we want to make? What is the first thing that we would say? Hey, that would be really cool to build that in a grand scale here on Novice. Now I can't build it too big because then we're gonna have issues with these trains coming in. So I think that yeah, I don't know. We also have to figure out legendary solid fuel. No, it's gonna be a science. Sure, specified that. Let me think about it. How do we articulate this? Like we could just like red, green, blue, iron, military, yellow, purple. I don't need the copper and iron plates. I don't need that. I just need science. It's okay. Okay, I'll get started on some science then. Let's do this one. We'll start with the easy one because then we'll learn some things along the way on scaling and sizing and all that stuff. $46. We're not gonna make this into legendary, are we? No. 60 seconds. Oh, damn. This train did not go anywhere. Alright. Yellow sign's the most painful for me. Yeah, I can understand that. 21 subs to level 3. Yeah. I don't know. I'm gonna need some kind of new game to get some hype trains going, because we have not been seeing those hype trains for the better part of a month, or better part of this year, basically. Okay. I'm just kind of thinking whether we, or how I want to do it, because I do need to get some. I'm thinking like we'll reserve like 6 blocks for this kind of design. And that was the end of the train. Thank you very much for trying, the people who joined in. Yeah. I'm thinking kind of like my mega base in the book. We're gonna have, okay, for this one we need iron and copper unload. That's fine. So let's start looking at what that would look like inside this area here. That's probably a really nice pattern, I think. Except it is not working, right? I'm now extracting it from the locomotive, which is not really gonna work. Yeah. So I like this one. Only one pump output? Yes. There's 3,000 for each. So that means I can unload at 12,000 per second. If I need more than 12,000 per second, I have a problem. Because I can't load it. I'm loading it at 11,000 per second, so this is going to be fine to unload it, I think. The good news about having these as pipes is that it's easy to bring it over to the actual factory. I'm just kind of thinking, how would this actually look when integrated into various designs here? Like these are... So the trains will be coming in here, in the middle of some tile. And I need to have a buffer as well. It's not a four-way intersection. This is just to indicate... Okay, I'm just going to take that out so you don't get confused. It's just to illustrate where they're going to intersect with the corners. So if these 6 are our design, then that part here, where would I want that? I could sort of get it... If I get it over here, then it can't turn. Why are they not? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We do need to make a wall out here, I guess. Why is this not being built? There you go. Hmm. This is not actually necessary. I don't get why they've decided to make these red icons. Seems a little confusing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. These ones will take care of themselves. And there's more coming in, yeah. The way that they are anticipating my movement just doesn't quite work when they are when you're moving so fast. Good. Yeah, I don't know if I need to expand it any further, but oh, where are you? How did I miss these? Yeah, well. And this one got done. Perfect. It's a really nice pattern. And then, come on, just catch them. Just, you can do it. Yeah, here they go. Up here and out here. I kind of want to keep expanding. It's a thing. There you go. Alright, so this is not great. Like, even though this is coming in here, then... I think I need this. Oops. Oops, I did something. Undo. There you go. Oh, shoot. I also need an output then. Okay. So if this is the output... Is that the same distance from this? No, it's not. You're going to use elevator rails? Yeah. The good thing that you remind me of it, because yes, I will when it makes sense, but I haven't really seen any place that really makes sense. I think we should try to explore that as a way to get in and out of a location. Yeah. That's actually a really interesting question. Yeah, see, that doesn't work. Like, that works, right? But if I build it here, then it can't keep up here, so I have to get it one up. Yeah. Yeah. So that gets us... Okay, we can have 3. And then use the fact that, yes, this is now possible. It wasn't possible before. So what would I do out here? I'm now looking at having a single location that where it goes in. I don't think this is correct. I think I need to push it further in so it's not... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I need to do that. That's kind of how it has to be. That's okay. But now I took modules from all the things you show and made a Shattered Planet legendary coal ship. Why a coal ship? Let's check up on Mackerel. 2.4. Most importantly, how is this? Do we start seeing a decrease in consumption? Not really, but it is there. It has to go down here before it doesn't consume anything that it can limp along. Not yet. No, not dead yet. But here, still 106. This one is now empty. No, it still has 2. Okay, so nothing has changed since last we looked at it. So we still have 157. You can make up to 200,000 legendary coal from a single run. That seems like... Okay, but how long is the round trip? Can you give me some tip to start working with quality modules? I don't know how to start with it to have quality equipment and items for my space station. Yes, welcome. I can. Basically, there are a few things that... How I started, and I think that's a good way. You really want the... Okay, I don't have those anymore. But anyway, you want the collectors. This is the most important thing to get in higher quality. So basically, when you get started, also power poles maybe might be a thing. So you just have a place that crafts them, and then you put whatever best quality module you have, put them in there, and then you just create a hell of a lot more than you need, and then the rest is just gonna be stuck in storage, and then you can use your higher quality. Later on, when you've gone to Fulgora and you get the scrap, the recycler, then you can start sort of destroying all the old stuff. But there are a few things that are valuable to get in the beginning, and I would say asteroid collector is the only thing on the spaceship that really makes a huge difference. Like all the other ones don't really make a difference in the starter. Let's see, what else did I use my... Maybe I can still have like a very early version of these. Planet Express. These ones. Oh yeah, solar panels. Yes, solar panels are very valuable. Don't know what else I would say is super valuable. Solar panels, because then you need fewer solar panels, and that means the ship can be smaller. And these ones. I chose gun turrets because I make so many of them for my base, so I might as well just take 20% or 10% of them and get them to higher quality and then use those. So. Well, this is the start. We did efficiency modules. I would not waste time on making better efficiency modules. I still don't really need them. How's this one? Is it still... It just seems really slow. Railgun shooting speed. Just how the hell did it just double? Oh, no, it didn't. It's just because it was running something else and that got completed. Yeah. Let's get some mining productivity. Cargo bays are good with quality too? I don't think so. Not when you talk about beginning. Then you have plenty of space with your cargo bays. Okay, so now the next thing I want to design is a fork in the road. And this is going to be like annoying. So let's see. If I wanted to do like the basic of basic things here. Let me think about it. We will never have three-way intersections because you'd be insane if you had three-way intersections. Oh, by the way, I watched Reddit. I know I shouldn't. I knew I shouldn't, but I did. And then there was someone who's like, "Oh, check out my legendary upcycling ship," and they was like, showed a screenshot of it, and I was like, "Your design? Looks very familiar." And all the comments were just sort of like, "Oh, wow, well done. You copied Nila's design." I was like, "Oh, thank you." I wanted to tell you also. Nice. Yeah. Like, really? Did you come up with that yourself? I mean, I know there are only so many. There's a guy uploading your tour website. I mean, yes. That's not. First of all, I can't do anything about it. Second of all, I mean, that's. I would think that most people who support on Patreon do it from the mix of I want the blueprint book, but I mean, there's also been a lot of effort put into it, so I kind of want to support, and now I get something out of it. So it's like a little bit of each. For some, it's 90 10, and some it's 10 90, and some maybe it's 100% one and 0% the other. But I would expect that most people would sort of go a combination of, hey, I get something nice, and I also get to support someone, and then deserved it if I really want that blueprint enough to actually pay money for it. If you look at it like that, so. Um, that means if you're sort of, okay, you can also find it somewhere else online. Yeah, sure, you can find most things online. Yeah. You have one of the most knowledgeable Factorio player. Your content really helped me a lot. Thank you. Okay, so the very basic stuff would be, hey, let's do stuff like that. Woo! There, that is about as basic as things get. Let's start by doing that, just to see. Oh, okay, why that? And then we'll make adjustments afterwards. Because I know this doesn't work. So this is a thing. Why is this not good? I mean, I'm thinking like context from old. Let's start by signaling it. Let me make sure that I don't signal it the wrong way. We're gonna start with the here. That's crossing. So that's here. That one's crossing. And what the hell is that? I don't know. And here, that one's crossing. The rest has to be just normal. So that'll be one here and there, and it goes out there. That goes here, and this one goes out here, and that one goes here. And then what am I missing? I'm missing that one. Right? How many do we have now? We have 6 plus 9. Yes, that looks correctly signaled. Yeah. Okay, this is less bad than it used to be. So what previously was the issue with this design was that I could not place them in here. And because I couldn't place them in here, then the block that's yellow would actually go out here and turn this whole thing into yellow, which meant that if something went down, then it also blocked something going up, which was absolutely atrocious. So you had to do something about it. I still think that there's a better way. And then first I'm going to be doing some hack things here. Huh. Is that a straight or a curve? That's straight. And then it curves. Oh, I can't. Which also means this can't curve fast enough. Okay. So it does have to curve here. And then out. There. Is this better? It doesn't really make a difference. This is how you kind of had to do that. There's actually a lot of science that is not relevant anymore. Okay, so what if I wanted to make it no intersections? That would mean I would have to do some other things here. Like, I have not designed this before, so I'm completely in the blank. Right, so that means I would have to go above. For the left turns. How would I do that? This is kind of the main issue. Like, it takes a outrageous amount of space. I don't really think yeah, straight goes above, but probably that's a better idea. Good idea. To be here. That's a huge curve. But even if I just, then I'd have to bring it down and then merge it in. It takes a silly amount of space. Still not curving. Still not, that's what I want. Yeah. And then that could be like what we talked about before. Whichever way we like it. Could go be like that. Except not the straight ahead. Actually, this doesn't need to go above. It's only the one out here that has to go above. Because it has to go above that intersection. I still need to be able to go through, straight through, which doesn't need a intersection. God, that doesn't make any sense. What's the plan going back to novice? The reason why is because then the bottleneck in late game is this, getting stuff out of this one. And if I need to bring that out of this location, then that's a lot of throughput that I don't need to bring out if I could just build it on novice. So there's nothing about this I like. I feel that this is It's a Reddit thing. I'm gonna use that as a slur in this context. Right. So what I mean by that is, ooh, elevated rails. Let me build something cool with elevated rails. Design, design, design. Here's something cool with elevated rails. Ooh, that looks cool. But Reddit being Reddit, no one stops to think about, is it necessary? I mean, I'm being a little bit harsh on this, but it's there's a lot of sort of applauding of things that are completely irrelevant or unoptimal just because they haven't come up with it themselves. Just like, ooh, I never thought of that. Wow, that's so fascinating. I was like, no, that's a half-baked solution. And I feel it's something that looks, that's a cool factor. Only in high traffic areas. The thing is, like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think you, first of all, only in high traffic areas. That is the easiest defense you can come up with. But if we really think about it, I put my 10,000 signs per minute went back when that was a lot in vanilla or in base game. And it was never a three-way intersection that was a problem. If I had roundabouts, it would absolutely be the problem. But if I have three-way intersections, I'm not going to say never, because it sometimes was, because I was also running like something 16 trains. So very long trains, and they kind of get stuck here. So the throughput of this humble design is incredibly high. Whatever it is, I don't know, but it's a lot. And you could make it so that it doesn't do right left-hand turns if you really want to, but I don't think that's, I mean, that's, if you want to go for high throughput, then you just kill this. Done. Then it's high throughput, because you never cross the trains. However, let's also think about another thing. My trains are going to be 1-4 trains, so they're not going to be taking up very much space inside the intersection when they do. So yeah, almost need a oh man, this is probably here. Defended! My precious! My precious! No! Boop. It's gone now. Ha! Why did these not get built? Odd. All this. So it'll trade for dedicated lines. The traffic is high. Indeed, it is. I felt to go. Almost need dedicated block for transition elevation, spiral loop by the code. Yes, but also like not very. Like, I understand it if you have like a giant intersection in the middle and you want to go up and above and stuff. But then you're doing that because it's the flair, it's the sort of heart of the base, not because it's a good way of doing it. Like elevated rails, I really don't understand what I want elevated rails for. I really don't understand it. And maybe I'm just being sort of a Luddite. I completely concede the fact that I may just be a Luddite in this regard. But come on, just help me out. What am I going to use elevated rails for? Like, I am using them here because they're cool. Not because they're necessary, and I don't really care much about, like, there's nothing about this that makes them, I will use less materials, less foundation. So that's an argument. I use it on Fulgora, obviously, because, well, yes. I use it on Aquilo, because of course, yes I do. So I'm using it. It's just on novice, what would they be for? Bypassing intermediate stations. It helped out in my early game before I had cliff explosive. I thought it was an interesting design alternative for cliff explosive. Yes, RV Winkle, I'm totally with you on that. I did the same thing. You can actually still see a lot of that still in my base here. Like all of this. Where is it? Like that. That's not strictly necessary right now, but it's still legacy things that are here because there were cliff explosives in the way. And I think that's great. That's a way to get around cliff explosives. And it works. Perfect. Awesome. Maybe there to help spaghetti bases. Maybe. But I'm just like, it's a new feature. Let's see, figure out what we can use this new feature for. What does it do for us? Is there something that it can do that we couldn't do without it? And the thing is, I know that I'm inclined to say no, just because I have solved all the problems before, but sometimes there's an easy solution to a previously difficult problem. Help with megabase trains. This is megabase trains. Sorry to say. If you're not doing if 200,000 per 200,000 signs per minute is not a megabase, I don't know what is, and that doesn't need bigger trains. Like, things have changed radically in space age. You no longer need giant trains. Maybe we need giant trains for our science production, our science return. I'll definitely look into that. That being said, actually, I do need to figure out how I'm going to be... Oh yeah, by the way, this thing is also like only in one, which I didn't... If you make the intersection bigger and make the crossed straight rail an innovative one, I think it's an improvement if you can live with a bigger footprint. What am I winning? I think, what is the upside? I'm making it a bigger footprint in order to that I couldn't do with my existing design. Don't have to cross two of those rails, right? That is true, but is it a problem? If we're saying that there's a train coming in here every minute, then it's literally maybe 2 seconds times 3 trains every minute that this is blocked. It is a necessary feature for the limited space worlds. So why don't give the possibility to use in other planets, like the wood tree seed? It is a necessary feature for the limited space worlds. I don't know what limited space worlds. Give the possibility to use in other planets, like the wood tree seeds. What's the cap for research project? There is no cap. It's infinite research. Yeah, let's do a break. My association here is that the argument is sort of like, okay, the fastest runner in the world has 2 legs. What if we have someone with 3 legs? That's gotta be 50% faster. Like, that's not really, you're kind of optimizing a really weird thing that doesn't really have anything to do with the parameters involved. Don't need trains if you find a big enough island to start with. Yeah, you don't really need a lot of it, and also on Fulgora I'll have a different setup. So building elevator rails just because, I don't think that's a good idea. It's all incoming are underground and all outbound are raised rail. I love that. See, Yorks, that's a good point. Like, that's also something I was thinking about, like maybe having empty trains on elevated rails. That was one of my first ideas. Like having the full trains on normal rails and and empty trains on elevator or something like that, which I think is a fun idea. I don't think it's easily applicable, and I don't think it actually makes sense for the kind of base that I want to build. Yeah. I also have to be perfectly honest. There's a really big appeal to having something like this that fits so nicely inside of a new city block. And of course the rails are shit. So, hello, Shananta Sagna, good evening. It's often signal that's the more effective than elevating train straight. Yes, Jordan, you're right. And a lot of people have really inefficient signaling. Anyway, I am happy about this. I think I might actually do it in a slightly different way to say... So this could be like the inbounds. I don't like that. It doesn't look nice. Huh. Why is that impossible to hit? Yeah. It was that one. And then we'll have down here, we can have somewhat the same. These are inbounds, and I couldn't get more inbounds than this. 3 is the maximum here. Could move it 1 down if I wanted to. See if that would make it nicer. Ah, fuck, the brake. What? Yeah. Good. Looks better. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's do this, and this is kind of 3 inbounds, and then I can have 3 again down here, down south, and they might be outbounds or whatever. Oh shit, I don't have buffers here. I need to have a buffer for each. All right, well that's gonna be after the break. I need a buffer. Let's have a look at Macmorel in the meantime, how things are going out here. All good. Be back in 2 minutes. Okay. How's this one working out? Alright, now let's go back and see. Power is definitely dropping now. That's good. Definitely. Very noticeable dropping. And distance is still 1,000,000 kilometers. 1.1 million kilometers away. And power here, this one is now still 106. And we have nothing in here and 4 in here. So we've lost 3 plus 5. We lost 5 in the meantime, right? And then maybe these are also a little bit less. Well, they must be. Okay, we are not going to be any problems here. This is going to be fine. Okay, I feel like this is an issue of what we use trains for. You have your, this is the best loop I can make, and then the giant diorama model in the attic that is super fun but ultimately ineffective as a path. Other rails in real life are for going over existing infrastructure. That isn't an issue here, so no inherent use for them. Is that the Doom chip? Yes, that's the Doom chip. It's not so doomed anyway. Balanagara, yes, you are not just alive, you are performing admirably. Look at that. Just 4 belts of juicy promethium coming in. And you are heading back towards civilization. You have currently a stockpile of 373,000 promethium and increasing. Barthak is holding in orbit. Just getting juicy little croissants for joy, and still has 123,000, and we are burning through it at the 150,000 per second. So that's nice. So Shujin, yes, I think you are right on the money with that comment. Thank you. Perfect. Awesome comment. It is exactly. I feel that. Did you get a mission? And then not yet. Not yet. Not yet. We need to find a good mission for you. If you have a good idea, or if we have a good idea, then definitely. But we want to give you a good mission. We don't really need more out here, but I'm sure that there will be an idea that that makes sense. Because I don't want to just make you like, oh yeah, you're going to be hauling something. Because there are so few hype trains these days that this is going to be probably the last hype train of this series. So when something cool comes up that we want to build on a spaceship, that should be yours. Right. That's how I think about it. There. These are also just going to put that. Okay, yeah, I was saying I'm missing a stacker. Yes. This is as far over as it can be. Hmm. One. One, two, three, 4, and locomotive. That's not gonna work. No. Fuck. Hello, Samagod. Good evening. I'm back from 24-hour deep dive into Microtopia since the end of the last stream, and I have some new thoughts on this game. Should I share it here or in mod chat? Oh, by all means, you're welcome to share it here. I've also been playing it today, and I wanted to record a video, but in the end, I was just sitting there looking at it, and yeah. So I'd love to put more thought and more effort into Microtopia. However, okay, my issue with Microtopia is I know what I need to do, but I don't know how to do it. So I know that, okay, this has got a little bit aside from this train design here, but I know that, for example, I want to create some small ants, and they go out and do something. When they get old, they come back, and then they get upgraded into worker ants, or they get upgraded into the pod ants. Then I get the pod ants. They go out, and when they retire their pod ant, their pod is expired. Then they go back to get a new pod, and then they're going to be happy. Then I also need some old ones that, blah, 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 right? All of these things, I know that. I just don't know how to do it, right? I don't know how to put it together in a way that they flow naturally out there, come back, and they don't expire, but I catch them at the right time, go back and don't end up in a gigantic loop, but then they go in here where they get reordered into something else. And like, that's the issue I have. Like, I know what I need to do, I just don't know how to make it into a flowing base. And every time I come up with a solution, I come up with 3 reasons why that doesn't work. And that's why I get stuck. Do you use old gates and elder gates? I don't know. There's not a difference between old gates and elder gates. It's called old gates and elder trails. Yes, I'm using that. And one of the things that people were suggesting, I think Samagod, you were suggesting as well, was just to have one old track and one normal track. And I was like, yes, of course, because then we can use, wait a minute, you can't use filters on it or gates on it, because you'd have to have 2 gates. You'd first have to have a gate that says, here I want a normal worker, so filter the normal worker, but I don't want to send it out yet. I want to check that I don't already have more than 5 on that side, which means I now have to do 2 sequential gates, and they have to pass both gates. If they pass the first gate, that it is a worker ant, but I do have enough on this subset, then I have to force it back on the main line. I'm like, oh, that means every single fork has to be 2 conditions instead of 1 condition. That sucks. So linear chemical science and red green. Going to add yellow next. Interesting. And then I just feel that if I have to, every single branch has to be 2 gates. Then I just, like, seriously, is that it doesn't feel right. Let's just say it like that. It just doesn't feel right. It might be the only way if I want to do something that is sort of as automated as I'd like it to be, but it still doesn't feel right. Can I make it 1 closer? Okay. Okay, so it can be done. Most folks don't care about worker type. Alright, Saximon. I built a big platform that's capable of going to System's Edge. System's Edge, okay. And produce tons of legendary chunks. Why do you want to go to the System's Edge? Is there more material there? There's a lot of big oxide asteroids. 8 per minute. These 17 per minute. That doesn't seem like a lot. 86 per minute. Our System's Edge, because you get a lot of the big chunks as well. The giant one. Big oxide. Huge. Yeah. I still have no idea how to make perfect use of trains, so I'm still focused on space. Yeah. The Millennium Lampy on the top line. No. But this is only just to see if the trains could fit. They're not gonna deserve lampies. All right. I think that's good. So there is now an excess of one more. Okay. I think that could work. And then we're going to take the other one. Now this is going to be interesting. Because here I actually only need one train, because that's the outbound. But I could be forced to have multiple trains. But this will be the outbound train. With signs. And now comes the big issue, or the big question. How big is this train going to be? So what are you saying? How big is the train? Okay, as my TLDR, it is a nice game, but I can see why it frustrates you so much. I am not sure if there is a way around it. It is very slow and it is really hard to balance the population well. When you do some abrupt action, it can easily drop back or even get into a death spiral. I think the best way to enjoy the game is to play it at a slow, steady pace, almost like enjoying meditative observation of a real ant colony. I'm not sure it fits well for streams though. Well, do you have... okay. Thank you. I think that Captain of Industry has kind of the same feel to it, because it's also like really slow. Damn, why do they get past this one all the time? These are absolutely atrocious guard dogs. Wish we could set up a patrol pattern. Can we do that? No. That'll be like a couple of minutes of patrols. There we go. Patrolling. I could also just build a wall, but walls. So, let me just finish this on Microtopia. That's probably it, right? Picture framing. I think that 8 wagons is the right number. They can each have 8,000 science, so... On the other hand, if each one can have 8,000 science, wouldn't it be okay to have less in each? Is this... What is this? This is 8, 16, 32,000. 32,000. If it's consuming, each science facility consumes at a belt's worth, then I get 32,000 on a train. And then if it's consuming at half a belt speed, then it's every 266 seconds. Every about 5 minutes, we'd need a new train coming in. That's not a problem. So I think we'll take smaller trains and then have an extra one. Okay, so all trains are going to be 1-4. Okay. They should buff train wagons. Wagons should absolutely, without a doubt, without exception, be subject to legendary scaling of inventory. Without a doubt. Like, it makes no sense why it isn't. I can only imagine that it's a coding thing that means that it's really difficult because whatever something, it's not really, and therefore it's using a different class that is, and blah blah blah. Because from a gameplay perspective, it makes no sense. So this would sort of be our design for that, and then we have this space for actually building stuff. Messes up with filter slots? No, it doesn't. Like, if I have filtered slots here and I replace it with a higher quality, then so what? Then these are just going to be unfiltered. Like, it doesn't make a difference. So, yeah. But it's probably that it's in a different class than something else. But, I mean, that makes no sense. Because you can't automate the upgrading of them. A huge pain in the ass to upgrade them. Who cares? Like, how often am I upgrading things? You're just, so what if I can't upgrade them? I would rather have them, and then you can't upgrade them, than I'd want them not upgraded, so. Yeah, your inventory can increase and can fill as well. Oh my god, I fucking hate these damn hype trains. What the fuck is the problem with these hype trains? I hate it. This completely diffuses the idea of hype trains. I don't know what's happening. I need to figure... Okay, so I'm going to ask anyone out here, can you look at if this is something that is... Twitch is adding something? Because I sure as hell have not set it up to do random untriggered hype trains. I fucking hate it. I love hype trains, but hype trains should be something that gets triggered by, hey, someone, and then Silver Cecil throws in 200 bits, and then suddenly like, oh yeah, now, and then there's the hype. I think the timer ran out. You probably did, but that's not how the hype trains are supposed to work. Oh, it happened all day on different channels. Oh, it's let me just look in the secret Discord channel for partners if they have something like, oh yeah, we're testing a new shitty feature. Product updates. 100-hour limit on highlights and uploads. Yeah, sure. No, okay. I have to talk to my partner about it. It's because we talked about trains and trains and trains, and it goes like, oh, I'm trains. Yeah, Amazon stocks are down. Well, maybe they shouldn't. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So we get this inbound. I need to figure out how big this module is going to be. I would say that 240 is the right number. So we're just going to get 240 out. That means I get one belt. Yeah. Shifting to ChatGPT and using voice recognition, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I've done this like a million times, and yet I'm still like, how do I want to do this? Because it can be done really complicated, and then it can be done, well, like this. Again, not necessary to stack it. It's actually quite neat.
A kind gesture.
Thank you, Silver Seasonal. Missed the first one, so thank you. The little ant factory episodes on your channel and really liked it. Thank you. It's funny, like how they don't perform very well when I just upload them, but then sort of they gain a little bit of traction after a while. So this is probably this is what it is, right? This is going to be how you get it in, so that's fine. So now we need to build a design like this that gets us 240. This is 64. None of these are considerate. Let's pretend that that's actually 120. That's it, right? Because that actually 120 in on either side here is actually going to be perfect. That is exactly what I need. Huh. Woo, 60 seconds on the hype train. Woo. This makes hype trains even worse on the channel. When it's something that's getting shoved down our throats, then that's not how I want hype trains to work. That's a nice build. Can these arms pick up 240 items per second? Yes, they can. When there are 16 of them. Each one is only picking up 8 per second. I mean 16. So that's not a problem. One of these can from a... yeah, so that's the part. Hey, Foldigo, thank you for the gift sub.
A new subscriber.
So
arrives.
I'm going to take this
It
part.
fills
This
you
is
with
nice and
determination.
good. We'll just move it like that. Sweet. Whoop. Okay, so now I need to bring stuff in. That is, we need to make. Funny how that got slightly. Oh, right, it's because I didn't get. Huh. Weird. It was 120 of each. So let's figure out how to do 120 of each. This will be the gears. And then I'll also get another one that will be the iron plates. There we go. Get that and that, and then get here. Let's see how that works. How much? Well, pretty close. 2 of these is fine. Done. Those mine have faster drones. I just got them and they're really slow. Yes. When you have drone speed 20, then drone speed, yeah, then they're pretty fast. They're currently 1215% speed. But they're also getting a little bit expensive to do another upgrade. Woo. 22 million. Well, this is pretty simple. Like a lot of things are just ridiculously simple now. Like this, for example. Oh, this is actually enough then. Yeah, easily enough. And then it just needs the liquids inbound, and you need that one. It feels weird to build on a path, and I think I want to remove the pathing inside the block, right? That otherwise it just becomes too not always only. Is there a way to see XY coordinates for your city block? I'm trying for the first time following your old videos from the start. Well, these are new types of city blocks that we're just experimenting with, and they are different. But the grid size is the same. I always start with my city block is like here. It's 100 by 100, and then it starts. That corner down here is 0.0. So it propagates out from 0.0. That means the spaceship, the crash spaceship, would be sort of in this corner here, in the middle, if you don't remove it. Okay, so this one should be what should be the name of these stations? First of all, we're going to be copying that. So maybe we start with a novice, so I know where it is. Then I'm going to say it's a station. It's inbound. Molten iron. Enable train limits 2. That's copper. Coperium. There. And then the top one disappears. And then we just look at it and just kind of gauge what we feel about this. Just see how our feelings for this build, how they have matured. I mean, that is just simple, isn't it? Set up for mass production, then stamp down concrete squares. I don't know. I would like some kind of delimitation. I think this is nice. What is missing? What is not working here? Obviously, what's not working is the fact that it's not really hooked up to anything. And then I would have to get you. Should also be. Bloop. Train limit 2. Entering nitro? Wasn't meant to project at you. Okay. Still didn't fix the electric pole by the input. Yep, thank you. Happy? Of course, this is going to be the easiest one, and they'll get slightly more complicated to the tune of, oh shit, this is not enough space. But I think we want to build like these designs. The problem is that I really need to actually see them in action before I feel that they're working, right? And Now I just build it randomly here. This is obviously not the right place to build it, but it is just where I build it right now. So if I just hook up that weird copper location and that weird iron location, then I can hook them up and just see that it works. That'll be something. No reason reported issues about Hydrogen. Weird. Thank you, Sujin. Appreciate you taking a look at it for us. Or for me. This one's also a good one to set up. And then put on a train network here. Like this train network is actually set up. How far is the range? Yeah, the range is only out here, so I can't get much further out before I think we want to get one line further out, right? That seems reasonable. So once that's done, then we can build the Nodder wall. Whatever that's going to look like. I have a sneaking suspicion ooh. That's still working, but it's also like a bad thing. I got distracted. On the way, 8,000. Logistics storage, 10,000. So there's a lot in orbit. And there's 1,000 of that on the way. You. Trash unrequested. I hate it. More signs coming in. Now there's no more of this. But that's coming in here. Yep. Why no Walter now? Because I'm still expanding. And as I'm still expanding, then it doesn't really make sense for me to do that.
A magnanimous dispensation.
Ooh, wow. Whew. I was just seeing something out the corner of my eye and then I got a shock. Thank you so much, Hero. Hi, Euro, maybe. Or hi, Euro. Hero, thank you for the $100 donation. I was stuck on Gleba for months. Your video helped me solve this planet in hours. I have escaped the hell that is Gleba. Thank you so much for it. Thank you, Hero. Okay, just Hero. Thank you so much. Wow, what an awesome first message. I mean, first showing. That is yeah. That's I'm so happy because I feel the same way. I don't like Gleba. I can sort of see that it fits. Oh, that is literally the one that is supposed to be spoilers. I was like, oh my god, I just can't believe I just looked at it and it's full of spoilers. But it is actually supposed to be spoilers. This is supposed to not be spoilers, and it isn't. Yeah. Like I think that now that I've solved it, it works. I know how to do it, but damn, is it frustrating to go through and learning it. And now it just works really well, and yeah, it's a big thing. But I like it. It works. It's awesome. Yeah, I think that there are some things that would be. No one likes Clever. Yeah. My research per minute is currently, when we are researching the expensive research productivity, is only 115, but it's twice as much when we're researching anything else. So, Turbo Cop, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, so it's really nice, Shiro, and I'm so happy to help. Yeah, help solve that issue, because it can be super frustrating, and if you're frustrated, then it can kind of be a roadblock for progress and having fun. So, That's really nice that it's a good way.
Subscriber.
And PTGR, thank you for
Yourself.
a gift up. And now we
building
can't
an
trigger a hype train
army.
because it's on cooldown because of this shitty feature. God damn, I hate that feature. I just left Gleba and half of my destroyed. Then I go, let's go back to kickstart nutrients again. Yeah. Thank you, Virtual Legend. Appreciate it. Now, until the hype train from Twitch blocked a $100 donation to start new. No, actually, because that's a donation. Donations don't come in. If it was in bits, then yes. Hype train set to auto. No, I don't. I mean, I have set the hype train so that it should trigger only on 5 events, but it's not set to anything automatic aside from this. Oh man, where the hell did I set that? Monetization, bits and cheering. That's just community maybe. Alerts for hype train. Hype train. Hype train settings. Enable hype train. Yes. Viewers will be challenged to complete train levels by using bits, subbing, and gift subbing, and will be rewarded for their participation. Enable autopilot. Autopilot will dynamically adjust your hype train. That is disabled. Kickoff threshold. Choose how many support events must occur within a 5-minute window to kick off a hype train. Support events can include cheers of at least 100 bits, any cheer subs, or any gift subs. Support events 5. Level goals. Super hard. Cooldown period 1 hour. And that's it. That's all the stuff that we can set up for hype trains. There's nothing about there's nothing about anything about it automatically triggering based on nothing at all. The other day we automatically translate to words. What the fuck? But not lol. Yeah. Also, lol has lost its meaning. That's not really when people say it IRL, then it's when you say something marginally funny and people go, ha, lol. No, no. Just no. I am way too old for that shit. That's not okay. Right, this is good. Let's try and build a setup, just a setup to see if this works. I think part of it is that, yeah, is not pronounceable. Yeah, it's not an abbreviation. It's an abbreviation. It's not an acronym. That's the same as when you see that when it says "I anal." Good for you, but why do you start your post by stating "I anal" and then give legal advice? I don't know. And then apparently that's "I am not a lawyer." Okay. If you are too old, then just use kick. Yeah. Yep. The Gleba was the first word of Emma. That's exactly right, Mr. Tomato. That's exactly right. That's true. It's like, what is the reference to Gleba? Well, I mean, it is Emma's first words. And it's like, the dialogue is something like, oh, she just said a word. Like, oh my God, Ross is super excited. I'm like, what was the word? Gleba. That's not a word. And then Rachel looks it up and goes like, oh, it's something fungus. And Ross gets all like teary eyed, like, oh, she's gonna be a scientist. Yep, good old friends. Shows where your mind is. Below the waist. Where else would it be? This has to be merged into something, but not that way. So we'll try to flip this around. Maybe you can put in a list for Nidos. I'm not supposed to be VIP. Stop the Patreon a long time ago. Yeah. I can un-VIP you so you don't. It's one of those. Maybe I just want to show appreciation for even the. There we go. No VIP for you. The problem is that it's something I have to do on a monthly basis, theoretically at least, and there is no way of synchronizing it. And people don't have the same names on Twitch as they do on Patreon. So some people have a Patreon name, a Discord name, and a Twitch name. And then I have to remember that, oh yeah, there was, what was your name on Patreon? And I kind of have a little list of things, the specific names that are different where I have to remember it. Otherwise I sort of remove them all the time. So that's, it's one of those things that like, yeah, I don't really do that all that often. Hello, the Devil Risen. Thank you for the Prime, the resub, 2 months. I made it to a volcano and killed my first dune worm. Yes. Nice. With how? Let's see. What other abbreviations or acronyms are cringy, or maybe shows your age or your affiliations? Uber, yeah, that's a non-internet acronym, or acronym, yes. Maycom, thank you for the 29 months.
Our illustrious champion returns. Welcome home.
New tank shelf, makes sense. To be an honest guy, no need to say sorry for it. Right. I think typing and saying YOLO has become timeless. Typing and saying YOLO. Oh, typing. Yeah. I also don't really understand the YOLO, because sometimes it's you only live once, and then it's always sort of associated with doing something reckless and risky. And like, well, you only live once, so that's why I'm not gonna jump out of a parachute. Out of a parachute. That's not a great idea either, but jump out of a plane with a parachute. Because you only live once, so don't want to waste it on a single jump. So I feel that for me, I'm also a chicken, then the argument would be quite reverse. It'd be literally the opposite of what of YOLO would be the argument for not doing something reckless instead of for doing something reckless. Hydro, I don't get on all of those acronyms or abbreviations. Expansion phase or novice? Yes, we are. See, this is one of the things that I was kind of... I am kind of debating how to solve that properly, because this thing... doesn't fit over there. Nice. Huh. I kind of forgot that I'd also need an input here. Huh. It kind of feels awkward, I guess. Well, this is always going to be some kind of weird. I hate the new curves. How can we do this properly? Because I can't get all the way down here because then I'll intersect with that one, and that's not a thing. Then the only thing would be like bring it one tile up for no reason at all. I don't know. It's not important, but let's make it like this anyway. Okay, this one will get a new name, and it will be... That's it. 2 trains, I guess. Easily room for it, and... It's also a room. Good. So that's an iron location. And these have not been requested anything, so let's request. This might be a problem. Wonder if I have enough. And now, of course, I have the issue of just random output here, and that one will also just be built and then input somewhere else. Oh, we are... Yep. Not the last one. Ooh. Build, 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 build. Huh. It goes up quickly. And then it's stuck. Yeah. There we go. 405,000. Okay, let me think about... Oh, right. I went back here to do something, and then I got distracted by a question of sorts. Here. Right. You are requesting some of these. And by that, I mean I want a lot more. So what am I going to do here with a setup? Don't I have that? No? Wow. Just the laser wall, absolutely. And since my laser damage is so high now, then it really shouldn't be a problem. Because they have really long range, and they have plus million upgrades. Laser weapons 22 or 21. It's 22 I can research, so that should be fine. The only question is, should I have it like a full line? That's kind of expensive. Or should I have like a partial line? Oof, that's not good. And they have the same range as as the big behemoth worms. So this should be fine. Obviously that's the trade-off. It's price versus money. Price versus security versus maybe I don't need it right here. It's not like I need a wall there, so. It's just a one-time investment. That's the thing with Factorio, is that anything that you only pay for once, then you barely care about the static cost of it. Could also just do it in a different way. Probably not exactly like this. There we go. CapEx is basically free, OpEx is painful, can be painful. Yes. Exactly. Oh, they're shooting up there now. I don't know why. Why they... Oh, maybe that's just a new base that expanded out. We could also just get another radar range here. That's only 4 million. Get that up front. And let's take a break. Oh, it's also... No, it's not shooting here. And then, of course, it's... oh, they're just walking up along the wall. And that's perfect location. Ooh, let's take on Magmaral as well. Shooting fish in a barrel. And we save. 12. And let's go out here. And let's just do a check. Power is very much less. Now it's down to 325. Oh. Really seeing a massive boon here. And there is... It's basically out now. And how much we got left? There's barely anything on this belt here. There's a little bit on this belt. And the other belt is still fine. 70 on that belt, plus whatever is in here, so... Not a problem. Underrated comment. Ooh. It's only 4 million signs. Yes. I have one humble question about trains. I started building T intersections by elevating one side of the main line only for intersections so that the branch never crosses. Would that be a good addition to avoid congestions later on this line? No. I mean, yes, technically it's better, but it takes so much space and the value of it is very low. So I don't think that... Oh, I don't think that it's... I don't think it has merit because I don't really have space for it in my blocks, and therefore I would tend to sort of talk down the value of that. Did we lose connection with Nilos? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Be back in 2 minutes. Ah, right. I just was sent a picture of some cookies in the oven and with a text saying, "Hey, if you get a break from work in about an hour's time, then come by for a cookie and a kiss." So maybe it's gonna be a more than 2 minute break. Hello, Mark. Good evening, Mark. Welcome. Oh, there we go. That one. We get that back. And this one seems very good. You are going to be happy. Mackerel, let's make sure that you are going to this location. You're going to be bringing in from that location. Yes. And we are going to be parking over on... Actually, let's assign this group as well. Why not? Yep. That goes down to Aquilo. And now we're almost done here. Better than bun in the oven. I knew that someone was going to go there. What is the plan on Navis? The plan on Navis is to make train-based and build some units here. This unit here, this block, is, you could say it's a district consisting of multiple city blocks, is making 240 red signs. And what I need to do now is make some build like this, also for copper, which we're going to build here. And then we're going to be hooking up the iron and the copper into this belt and then see if it works. Still not full UPS? No. Well, I mean, it's... Yes, we do. We have full UPS. That's not what we want here. I kind of want this one without all the bells and whistles. Like, here. This one. Sense that and that. Then I can go over here. There, this one. Ooh. It kind of has to stay there. So now I can't build... Now we have a... We can cover that like this. There. Yeah. Let's see. So it's this one I need to get out of. Get out. I feel I'm missing one. Yeah, here. Like that. And this one is now going to be called molten copper instead. Okay. Yeah. What? I also started playthrough using the 50-50 blocks, but having the poles on the path is really annoying for the early game when using a car to get around. Yeah. But I feel that the car phase is very short, and it's so much less of the game than it used to be that I don't really feel that there's any reason to optimize for that. Good. So that should be a little train system, very small, but very much a thing. Okay, and then let's get some trains in here. We do not have any. Yeah, we don't have anywhere we can. Well, let's say feed them, but you don't feed trains. You fuel them. So I think that's probably a good location. Yeah. Get hit with it without hitting a powerful. So I try. Exactly. That's exactly what I was alluding to. Mm-hmm. I don't know. This one, molten copper. I don't know what powerful. Alright. Who has the longest streak, I wonder? That is the Factorio Muscularia and Silver Cecil, who have the longest streak. Why are you put the stations on the ore directly? Pipes have basically unlimited throughput now, don't they? They have unlimited throughput, but they don't have unlimited range. And as soon as I start messing with the range, then this is producing 11,000. So then, if I pipe it over here, then am I then only piping this one to here, or am I piping this one to here and maybe also another place? And then I start having like chunks of pumps spaced out at 4 city blocks intervals. And as soon as I put them down, then I'm forcing the direction can only go that way, never the other way. So, place the station just next to the ore patch. Much easier to copy around. Yes, in this case. And again, I want to make things generic. And this is producing 11,000 per second. And then putting it out on a train. The trains can go. That means I can have this one service multiple locations, or multiple serving one location, instead of when I need to make purple signs. Then this one is probably not going to be enough, and also then I have to manage that this one could potentially run out. Like it's the same question as always. Like why not just make it directly next to it and make it direct? Well, because I like the generic part of this. It also means that it's much more applicable to anyone else who wants to perhaps use this. If they can sort of say, okay, you have one thing that's a copper, one thing that's iron, and then a separate thing that is the consumer. So there's always the part about you can always just link it, but then that hard link is less desirable for me. I really do like the modularity. Very much so. So the modularity ensures scalability. I think that's a great way of saying it. Yeah, so you're going to go from copper until full fluid, full fuel, no, full cargo. Then it's going to go to... Yeah, there's no reason to use the anything more advanced than this. This works until empty. That's it. As much as I want to have this being more advanced than it is, then there's just no reason for it. And we'll have 2 of these. Object oriented the building. He tends to focus on modular. I know. I know. And Mark also. You can place the station just next to the ore patch. And meaning placing the same station next to the ore patch to load the fluids. The pipes don't have to go very far. You still have the foundries on the ore patch and just pipe it into the next block where the station is. Yes. Which works great if you just happen to have exactly the parts you have one next to. But that means that if my build will also be completely useless for everyone else because you don't have your copper build right next to it. While if I build it like this, it will work for any build anywhere because you have this thing that you stamp down on iron, you have this thing you stamp down on copper, you put it into a modular network. So I understand exactly what you're saying, that it would be much easier just pipe it from here to here. Absolutely. But that's this case. This is not going to be the only one. We would technically probably want to build like 4 of these, for example, and then we'd want to build 4 of something else, and green circuits and blue science and blue science and military science and purple science and yellow science. All those things build multiple locations. I can't build all of them right next to the resources they need because I just don't have those resources. And then I also do a hard link between this patch and this one. Placing a station? Like, okay, so Mark, just so I'm clear, you're saying that placing this block here. Why build this with trains when I could just build this thing here right next to it and then just pipe it in directly and then forget all about trains? Or build it maybe here and then I pipe it in and then that's good. Is that the perspective? Well, because that's kind of the question I'm answering. If that's not what you meant, then yeah, you're right. I didn't get it. I really want these to be some different colors. Does this work? Oh, right. It's not working because I'm kind of getting the wrong thing. Woohoo! Just a station on the ore patch. Not change anything else. Yeah. I don't think that's but that's, yeah, it's not how I want things to be working. I do want it, I want it to be loosely coupled between the raw resources and the consumers. That's a pretty good loading speed. Off we go. So far this seems to work. And oh. Here comes the iron as well. Whoop. Nice. That should be full belt here. Little clips. This is regular reds. Because on novice it doesn't matter. Whoa, what the hell? Clever. Oh, that's just... Oh, because we're not really consuming anything. So let's finish up this one. Okay, 10 seconds, and then we'll get back to actually consuming. Hey, look at that! Macmorel made it! Woo! Amazing! I'm actually going to do that. Did you get that? You have 500. Macmorel survived. That's good. The idea is the molten copper loading station could be next to the actual ore patch, not on it. Right, okay. Yes. Absolutely. It could. I like this. And then you can go like, yeah, but then you could build bigger. I don't need bigger. I was looking at sort of building it just like this, and then having 2 of those, or I don't know, 2 of those next to each other. I didn't really feel that that was particularly interesting, or yeah, it didn't appeal to me. This one though, just here's a patch, smack it down, grab stuff, get the hell out. I like that. Also, these ones are crazy fast. 444 per second. So it's constrained by how much each of these can consume. So yeah, I could do various other things to speed this up. I do think this is a pretty good build. Was it the platform with maybe not enough fuel? Yes, it was. And Macmorel made it. So we're not going to be requesting things up here yet. Because... Oh, Barthik has left. So you're stopped here. Okay, so you're the one consuming... Nom, 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 nom. You're 227,000. Yeah, with these 3 builds together, then I don't think we need... I do think that there's a lot of fixing going on this one. All these ugly solar panels. I don't think they made a difference ultimately, but it would have sucked if they would have made a difference. You know what? I could have just made a filter and built it. Yeah, they can still do that. Gone. Much easier. Good, that one. Let's see if what else needed to be this one. There's also something up here. There you go. Oh no, now something is destroyed. Ah. I can get there first. Even with this many upgrades, it's just still really difficult to kill these. Is cleaning up vegetation cliffs on the whole base and accidentally removing all the power poles and hours. Oh, right. Yeah, also solar panels. Yep. Let's remove that while we're at it. Thank you. Oh, wow. Yep. Oh, right. I forgot. We had upgraded this. Aha. Upgrade the range. Maybe I should not have upgraded the range just now. Before I had all of these glorious scents in here. Well, let's see how many we got. Oh, that's going to be Ghost of Phoenix. No, it's probably Timbo here. It's always Timbo. That one. You do not have enough. Why? Fukora? It's the personal laser. Where's the... the unpersonal laser? Yeah. Cool. Can just place the blueprint again? Yeah, because then it just doesn't. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. Okay, well, anyway, this works. I'm happy. It's awesome. It's cool. Let's build another one, and then let's start by not building on top of this, but making 1, 2, 3, 4 basically. 1, 2, 3, 4. So maybe over here. Let's start with the stuff that I need, and then take the stuff I want afterwards. Good. Joy to explode these. Alright. Let's see. So this is... Let's take this one out. What does the title mean? Can someone explain? Yes, someone. And that's probably best if it's me who explains it. Let me see what the title actually is. After Legendary, move back to Novice. Yes. That is because first we built everything into Legendary form in various parts and stuff and all that stuff. It's nice and all. But then we realized that I can't really get stuff out of this block faster. So how would I want to do that? I could either just go completely robot, and I don't like that. Or I could say, you know what, I don't need to get the red and the blue and the military and the green and the purple and the yellow, get that from orbit. I could actually build it here on Novice. And then from there, I don't need to use this bottleneck or this, which is the bottleneck for my base expansion. I could then just get it in by trains. Yay! So that's what we do. That's why we are looking at stuff here with trains instead, and yeah, trying to figure out how that would work. So let's see. We are now going to make the next science. So the same build can't really be done. Although it would be nice if I could. We'll do that. It's still going to be like 120 inbound and then there. So this is... What if I do something like this? Would that might make it... Good. So that's basically the same method. How much can you got with this setup right now? This setup right now, depending on whether we do the expensive, these here, then I have, because they're twice, they're only half speed, so then I have 115 when it's all good, or I have 230-ish when I'm doing anything except for the research productivity. So I think that's pretty neat, but not enough. Right. Actually, I think there's a little bit something here. That thing, I think that's better. That'll make it stop having these clips. Then it should be completely compact now. All of this is the same. I just change these. Yeah. That's a module. And I need 120 and 120 of these. So that is a good starting point. Let's put that here. And then let's look at how we would get the other ones to those degrees. That is here. Yes. No. Ta-da! Too many inserts, bottom row. Don't know. Like this? This is not too many. This is exactly the right amount. Foundry. Yes, of course. Thank you. I forget that. Free stuff. 590. I think we're good. Oh, yeah. We need... okay, so if I was to set up a new factory, a new planet, define a new planet that would be a unique... Then that new planet would be able to make mechanical things. Like inserters, like engines, like robot, flying robot. Oh my god, that's broken. I don't want that. You. Kill a mushroom. Thank you for the prime. Welcome. Much appreciated.
With determination.
Yeah, this is 400 and something. That's enough. And these two will get us just about enough what we need here. Okay. So this is... okay. This is a little bit impractical. What if I don't do that? Okay. I'm going to do that just so I get the numbers correct here.
We are building.
Weebo, thank you for the Prime. Welcome. The latest steampunk planet. I don't know, but something that was good at mechanical. Like we want a foundry or electromagnetic plant, but one that is good at mechanical stuff, like a mechanical factory. When one regular machine is enough to fill it, it does seem a little bit overkill. So I'm gonna do this. Yeah, let's know hit points. Just yeah. Then because now I can look at this and go, yeah, this is. Look here. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So it's just 3 too much. So I can look at this and go, okay, so I need 160 plates, 160 and 120. Good. Let's do that. Fucking hype train. God damn, I hate this hype train. I mean, I love hype trains, but I want to earn them. I don't want to be having them thrown in my my face or ass or wherever I want to get them thrown. You need to go to that one. You got 110 of those? Damn, that's not what I wanted. Did you not get this? No? Screw hype trains. Well, that's the thing, right? I love hype trains. And I love that if hype trains actually worked. But this way it just kind of... It doesn't feel earned. Okay, so here I need to do... gears. And I also need to make plates. And then I need EM plant. And then we just plop that down and see if we're good. We good? 163? Yes, we're good. This one? This is enough, yeah. And it's about a third of that. What changed with Hype Train? We don't know. I have not made any changes, but Hype Train is now popping up automatically without being triggered every time it's off cooldown. And that is super frustrating because then it's not when there is actually a hype going on, then it's just like all the fucking time. And then it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel hype. So, thank you, Shen Under Techno. Thank you for the 310 bits. So I don't want to discount it. It just doesn't feel earned that it. And I also kind of have to say this because otherwise it feels like, oh my god, he's so aggressive, like just pushing hype trains all the time. We just call it a train now. Yeah, it's just a commuter train. Someone says, yeah, God, Nate, it's more of a commuter train. It comes every hour on the hour. More regular than the Danish rail. So no longer 5 events needed. No longer even any events needed. It's just, it's been an hour since last time. Let's push another hype train. And it's not something I've set up. I can't change this at all. So it sucks. Goes hype mode. The Twitch train is not there to appreciate it. Exactly. Which means that now it's like, okay, hype. It's coming. The train's here. Run. Which doesn't feel like the right way. Let's see. Let's take you out on the side. Okay. That is enough. That is enough. Barely, but enough. This one is not enough. $144 and I needed 120. Which would mean that I have 24 remaining. 24 would multiply by 3. Like this is basically times 3 to get there. 4 would be not enough. So this is not even enough. That would be enough. 175. The 120 here, that means it's 55, which would get us 55 times 3. Definitely more than 120. So this is the build we need. And then of course, I'm not going to do that, but I'm going to take this up here. Yeah. Oh, hold on. I missed something. Oh, it's 160. Yeah, plus whatever this one needs. And here that's like 45 additional. So I need over 200 iron plates. That's not even enough now. So I think it's better to do... That's probably better. Yes. 205. Also copper wire. Indeed, also copper wire. Which will easily be enough. That's the only copper we need for this one. Alright, so this is what we need, and we just need to sort of build it in a way that makes sense. And then that goes over here. And then consumes way too much. And the hype train died. And now it's on cooldown for another hour. Damn. Sucks. Are you overhauling those? I am making designs for 240 normal science fed by trains with molten iron and copper. So, I saw when the hype train started. The hype train started 5 minutes after a sub from commercial. So it seems like the 5 minutes option isn't working as intended. It just started with 1 of 5 condition and not the 5 of 5. But then starting at 5 minutes after, I don't know. I think it's an hour. There's a cooldown of an hour, and it's started maybe triggered by something. The first event. No, it wasn't even. Last time it was 0 of 5. Yeah. So just a coincidence. It's an hour ago because we've been playing for 2 hours and 2.5 hours, and it's been triggering 3 times today. So that makes sense. It's on the 3rd hour. It's the 3rd time it triggers. Yep. So anyway, it sucks. There's nothing to do about it. Apparently, I can make a support case, but that's probably not working either. How much you got? You still have 85,000. Steady. Oh my god, that's why it doesn't work. Ah, no wonder it doesn't work. Interesting how this is not available on Planet. Is it just because it hasn't had time to build? Yeah, I guess. It's not running out of anything, it just takes a little time to build. That's 0.15 per second, so yeah, that's not fast. And now it's about 1 per second. Yeah, so 1 per second, that means potentially 1,000 seconds or 800 seconds. That's still like 7 minutes. Spark, will Twitch compensate you for unearned? Of course they will. Of course they won't. I mean, they would probably argue that it's better for me anyway, but they would just be like, it's a bug, whatever. You can disable it, disable hype trains if you're bothered by it. Made me discard the idea of producing science and novice. You need 5 full belts of stone for 240 per second. Yeah. Anywho, and it sucks. It's a little bit impractical. So that might actually be something where we want to do it in a different way. Maybe we don't want to, well, I kind of have to build it in with iron because you could also just only bring bricks in, but then if I only bring bricks, then I can't make the rails, and it's most of it is actually, or half of it at least, is going to rails. So yeah. Okay, here, this one's working. We're getting another 50 inbound. We don't need to get more than this. So just when this one flies in. Rocket capacity is 25, so just now it triggers another 25. Let's do that so that we get these inbound. Because the 50 plus what I have is actually enough for what we need. Because if we look at this is 400. Why are you doing it on Novice and not Volcanus? Because of the bottleneck that is, if I do it on Volcanus, which I'm doing it now, then it has to come through this one, and this is the bottleneck. So I want to take as little as possible has to go through this singular item as possible. And that means making a Novice. Plus, it's also interesting to come back to Novice and make some train designs here and see how they work. Let's make sure that we get this inbound here. What? Why, what? Oh, right, all requests. It just dropped out all of this. Good. Yeah, it doesn't have a wait condition. This now is the only planet that can use biolabs. Yes, it is. Okay, so now I should not see this anymore. Interesting why I'm still seeing 9 of these being broken. But here comes the lasers. And our range is just a little bit better. It doesn't really feel a lot better, but that doesn't matter. We can just move the radars out here. They're balancer to balance 4 iron and 4 gear belts into 8 half belts. Yeah, there is. You start by something like this because they're balanced by themselves. You balance each of those here. And then I would let's see if I can figure it out. I'd probably try to use this method. And then repeat. For example. Or it could even be in a different way. That's probably easier. And then just leap over and then you can do the same thing for almost the next one. Like something like that. That's how I do it, because what I imagine it is that you are trying to get those belts in and you want to drag them in to feed them into science in different places. So yeah, okay. Anyway, let's design this one. Let's see. That's kind of... You need these two. And we need more than 1 belt of each. So it would have to be like one full belt this way. This is not good. So each of these belts will be half of each. I don't like this build. I was sometimes I just start on a build and then it doesn't go anywhere. This is clearly one of those where it didn't go anywhere. Look at these glorious UPS here. Nice. Balnagari, where are you at? You are at 40,000. Okay, so almost done. See, that would be... like the logical place that things come in and then they grab it. However, that's not gonna work because you need more, and we also need beacons as well. That would be, could be like outbound like this. Sure. Right hand side in the direction of travel. Damn, they're gonna overlap. Ugh. But this one's fine. There we go. Right hand side in the direction of travel. So this is clearly going to be able to fill it up. So that's good. However, the inbound here is not good. So maybe we just make it one off. That doesn't hurt. Yeah. I get to use my own design again. Although this one also needs some iron, which is going to be a problem. You really can't get it from this. And you also need it. This is not fast enough, so. Hold on. 17, that's not even close to enough. Okay. That's fast enough, this is fast enough, but this is not fast enough because I really like it much better like this, even though it's not symmetrical anymore and this is over stacked. It just looks weird. Then I can do something like this, which probably interesting that it could work. Yeah. Don't know which side will be that, but... And then I just need the copper in here, which I get from here. Good. So that's easy to get in, so we don't need to worry about this. Yeah. Then it's gonna be, but... You're up. That means this goes in on the... And... Oof. Yeah, they're going to be the two lines that are closest together, which doesn't make sense. Yeah, damn. That one is going to be correct, but... Oh, shit. This works perfectly. Damn! That's nice. That's actually exactly going to work, I think. Okay. Filter and splitter? No? Don't need filter and splitter. Seems reasonable. Let's have a look at numbers. The iron is... This is too much, so that's good. And this is definitely too much. This is 166 and it's supposed to be 160. This is 207 and it's supposed to be 205, so that's fine. And everything else looks good. That is not good because we have lost a beacon on that one. So I'll just throw a... Beacons are cheap. Yeah, that's enough, and that's enough. Good. Feel like the belts won't keep up. Oh, they will. Ah, they won't. Not this one. This belt has to be output on two sides. Yeah, right. Thank you. And this one is only on one belt, but it might as well be done like this. Thank you. Are your numbers now off? No, they're not. Yeah, one beacon is pretty good. This is a fun build. Looks weird. I think it works. Otherwise, I wouldn't kind of be trying it, so... Right, we'll take a break. And then we'll fire this up after the break. Should be easy to fire up because it's just iron and copper coming in. Let's see. Barthak is flying back now. Badnagara, you should be really close to... Oh, what the hell's going on? You have none? I don't like this. This is clearly the case where you should be leaving. Oh, I don't like this. Ugh. Break time. Yes, now it kind of works here. We'll see. See if it balances itself out. Be back in 2 minutes. See? It worked. It departed by itself. Now it's heading out on a new journey. This one should also get it. And Bartek here is now getting that. Right, so why have all requests satisfied? I don't see why not, to be honest. Even though it then means I put 10,000 eggs in and then fly out, and just the first thing I do is throw away the eggs. I suppose I could just go like that one, and maybe I don't need it. That's a good point. Because this has to be 0, this has to be 0, and when that's the case, then it doesn't matter if our requests are 0, just depart. I think that's a good point. We'll try it with Mackerel, who's stuck here, so let's just take that out, and Bartek as well. Yeah, Bartek and Balnagar. We just, we test this for the next cycle. And this obviously won't be getting enough of this. But here. And then when it hits 15,000, then it should be sending something to one ship and the rest to the other ship. You don't waste 15 egg, could be used for other ships. Exactly. It's not a big deal to waste the eggs, but it's also just, on the other hand, it's a waste, so let's not. Why does it go above 1500? 15,000. 15,000? Why is it not sending anything up anytime soon? Maybe it's because I take the 4,000 plus the... So it definitely should not go above 19,000. When it gets closer to 19,000, it should start going down by and be sent up. You added more? Did I add more? Did I add 20,000? Okay. Thank you for reminding me. So it won't send it unless everything is... And then we should see 10,000 go into each. There we go. 10,000 here. And 10,000 there. It feels weird that it's like... So now nothing is being put in because there's no requests for any of it. Fun. Bandagari, you are heading out. I think 2 ships is enough, but 3 ships is better than 2. Just like our runner from the start of the stream. 3 legs are better than 2. Alright, I am going to take this thing and basically copy paste it over here. That was easy. Only difference is the name of that one is going to be green. There we go. Will the train start coming in? No, they will not. Trains. These are not correct. No, they're actually correct. They'll be called exactly the same. Yep. Train limits? No, I actually want them to be always stuck here. Or do I want train limits, dynamic train limits? I was kind of thinking like I don't need dynamic train limits for this because I want there to be two. Do your first trains have an interrupt already active? No, I don't use interrupts. I don't see the point of it. Like, entirely don't see the point of it. In doubt, add more trains. True. Ah, don't run me over. Don't tread on me, dear trains. Let's see if it works. Please they're being sent out. Ah. Yeah, someone has been a little bit stingy on our... on the use of this. There. Alright, copper's coming in. Are you happy? Very happy. Good. Copper's coming in. Let's see if the iron is coming in. With this armor, if a train gets near you, it'll fly so the train doesn't crush you. Correct. And then, here we go. Does it work? It is perfect! Nice! It actually works. It actually is getting the right thing out here. That one? It's not, it's output full. It's output full. Okay, good. Beautiful. Except I just mirrored this damn thing, and therefore nothing works bad. There you go. This is a full belt. So it should be getting all the way down here. Like, okay, but it is, because this is actually input constrained. Good. Yay! I like this. This is a good build. So, I would say that this is a good idea. I think this is a good idea. Oh, not that one. And I obviously don't have anywhere to go yet, but they are ready now. It's trains, of course it's good. This is looking ridiculously fast when coming from a fairly early game playthrough. Oh yes, it is ridiculously fast. It is just casually doing 240 signs per second. Like, it's only because of Space Age that we can trivialize that and be like, yeah, well, whatever, that's fine. Okay, well, that's something. Now that was the easy one. Those two were the easy ones, so that got us a little bit of progress on just feeling good about ourselves. Now the next one is going to be worse. Which one is going to be the next one? Is it blue science or is it military science? Or is it making a place to consume it? Because that's another interesting thing. We're going to have multiple locations that can take 12 trains inbound, because we will have trained at 12 different sciences and they will all come in by trains. Yeah, that's interesting. 2.5, 22.5 science per second was an okay base. Sweet, okay, was getting there. What? 13 trains. Bioflux wants one. Bioflux? What? Bioflux? Do you mean spoilage? Well, biolabs don't need it. Let's get it consumed. We can't get it consumed until we actually have all of it. But we could start playing a little bit with the idea of what would it look like to have 12 trains into one location. It's definitely going to be bigger than this because I can put 3 trains in and plus 3 trains. I could maybe make it all connect. Let's try that. Let's go for a little fun exercise with this. This is done down here, so we have space. I guess I want this one. Yeah. Maybe not the last bits. Oh, it's not even complaining. It's just going like, okay, sure, fine. What we do need done is... Where's the damn artillery? There it is. Doesn't matter which way we point them, that's gonna look silly anyway. Are you still using your upgradable production hubs for storage tanks and trains and such, or do you have switched? I'm actually using that for some of the things. Most of the things I've switched to legendary, but this is still here, like the original stuff. And if I need some, I don't know, radars, repair packs, those are the only ones that I would use here. Lights, for example, they come from here. But most of the other stuff I've been replacing with legendary stuff anyway. So actually none of these things are actually used now that I look at it. But yeah, this stuff here. But you can also see, like, what the hell is this one doing? Like, that hasn't been touched in a very long time. Well, this is fun. That should get us busy up here. Don't know why that has to be there, but sure. And then a point in the middle. That's probably middle, right? No, it's not. Here. Good. It's the patented not a wall. Exactly. Are you not going to use walls in this new wall? No, this is not a wall. Literally not a wall. I think we have a command that's called not a wall, don't we? We should have. Oh, it's gonna be exciting just nuking things out here. How big is the artillery range? Like this. Or if you want to go a little bit insane, then if I want to manually target, then it's all the way out here, but I don't. This is fine. Does it need a radar? Nope, they do not. As you can see now. They'll just go looking for things somewhere. No? Oh, it's still going. I don't know why it shows this one first, but sure. Keep going. Aha! Aha! No. Ah! No. Not that one either. This is so weird. Right. That had it coming. I don't know what was there, but it's not there anymore. Really? That was the one? Or maybe I clicked it. Yeah, maybe this was me clicking it by accident before, but this is more better. It's not a thing anymore. I'm not focusing on upgrading the shooting speed because that's irrelevant. It's going to be constrained by the speed by which they can bring more shots in, and this doesn't matter. This is more of a long-term thing than it is, oh my god, I must kill them all really, really quickly. I don't know, maybe we could get a little bit of damage here. Increase the damage. There we go. Increase the damage again. Oh. Goes pretty quickly, these ones. $128,000. And there we go. Oh, is it stuttering? There we go. Did I also get shooting speed? No. It's fast. Okay, let's get a few. I could do it in a million other ways that would be better, but this is also a little bit fun. Let's get 5. It seems like a good number. Enter 724 hours. Yeah, not for me. Okay. Yeah, so it's plus 500% speed. That's fine. This one is okay. This one should go to 100% damage. That would be nice, right? Just double damage seems reasonable. And we should be seeing visitors coming in soon. Are they also being brought down here? Yes. Now this one starts shooting. Wonder why this one is not shooting. It should be. Oh, it's just casual. That was was 8, and I think I want 10. Right? That seems reasonable. If you had nuclear artillery, yeah, I think I would probably end up destroying more friendly things than hostile things. So let's see how our laser wall handles all of this. Because the range is pretty damn decent. Oh no, they shot once. Oh no. Okay, I think that's fine. Up here? Yep, all good. Yeah, I don't think we need to worry too much about the impact of this. Sweet. There will also be a lot of shooting up here, I imagine, so we can expand further. All right, this is good. It's happy, and this one is stuttering a little bit. No, it's still at 230, which is where it should be. 230 is where we go. And just 1 second more. And then 10 is the last one we wanted, right? That's 8 million for the next range upgrade. But we don't need a range upgrade now. Good. Right. Anyway, let's do something like this to get started on. Now, instead of getting it out immediately, then I will try to sort of get it out here, and then see how many we can fit in additionally here. Still not. There. I think that's gonna work. We'll see. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not working. And this is realistically as close as they can be. With science outbound, and it has to be pretty fast. Six on one side and 6 on the other. Don't really know. Having 12 trains not using the same outbound track is not optimal. Correct. I'm also just saying there's also just the option of just using 3 tiles. Like instead of just saying forcing it into 2, then saying okay, no, it's going to be 3 tiles high. Of course, it'll break the rhythm of this size, but maybe it'll need to be a different size. The lab areas will have 4 entrances: right, left, top and bottom. So it could have 4 station arrays. Yes, it could. But I can't have more than 3 stations on one. Can I? Maybe. I don't know. No. Nope, not really. Lab in the middle and 3 stations on each side. Yeah, but it's not going to be up. But yes, I could sort of say 3 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3. It's kind of... We're going for it now. So it could be 3 signs, and then I could do the same thing down here. Another 3. And then it have to be... Cannot be flipped. But then I can do something like this, for example. Could move the onboard at the bottom of the station and start with the first train at the top. Yes. But I wouldn't be able to have the same spacing, because the way that I have chosen to do this is apparently a little bit weird. It is... No, it's not weird. It's like here, middle. This is where I signed it for. Which means it's not going to fit here, for example. So if I could move it 1 tile down, I could technically have a little bit more room. But I can't see I can have 4 of these without them being this close, and then it doesn't really work with unloading. So I do think I like this idea. Like this. Remove all these extras. These extras. I don't know if 1 here in here is enough, but I was kind of thinking that right, it's not, because this is what I need. It's this size I need. It goes up to 133 per second, which is half a belt of each. And I think that's the right size. Which means each of these locations here will consume, what is it? Half a belt each. Nice with the robots. And then this will be the location. I think I have to redesign it somehow, but the idea is good. Let's look at this, because now that they are all legendaries, and I do this, and then I scale it up and see when we hit. $33 is the right number, and here I have 36. So 33 could be 35, that's 7 by 5, minus 1 for the middle for the roboport. Right, that means I could make it sort of 5 by 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's brilliant. That's a really good size, I think. Fits very well with what we have. The unload at the bar. Yeah, okay. With the legendary underground stations. Legendary underground stations. Oh, legendary underground stations. I don't know what legendary underground stations. But you're mentioning legendaries, and then I just got a little bit of a oh shit. Because legendaries are gonna be a problem. Oh, legendary power pools. Yes, okay. Yes, they would definitely be not a problem for this, I think. Ugh, power comb, please. It's always... Ah, I cannot get it. Substation? Underground stations. What? Much better. That means I get 34 inbounds, and then I just need to figure out how to route the trains, which, I mean, shouldn't be that big of a deal. Pretty cool that it actually turns out to work this well. Right now we're mainly building this as a proof of concept. Not necessarily building it here. What about you? Are you not? Interesting, right? So does this mean that there are no biters in this area? I really doubt that. I really sincerely doubt that there's no biters here. I think you just forgot what your job is and then just kind of not did it. Like, this seems weird, right? No nests? I don't believe that. It seems... I'm gonna check it. Because there are nests all the way here, but there are no nests here. They only show the chunks are loaded. Uh-huh. Oh, right. So actually what I should do is I should make... That's actually nice as well. Are we doubling on the... Yep, they will be getting there, and then hopefully that will get us more. Know why I'm making a surplus of 300 steam per second, but my tanks are not filling over 23k? No. Oh, you got stuck. Okay, there you go. That one got it, but still nothing is shooting. Of course, this will then discover things out here which should, like these blips. This on continuous coverage 8 and exploration coverage 19. I covered a blueprint to someone's Aquilo transport ship and it had no cargo base. Sure, it can get there and back, but with no storage, why? I had troubleshooting small spaceships and haven't gotten to any mega ships yet. Yep. That's the part when you get someone else's stuff, then you don't know about the quality of it. See? Are they shooting? No. I would think that they would want to shoot this. Agree? Okay, someone else is shooting these. Okay, good. But not that one. Weird. It was the other ones. But why are you not shooting? There's still plenty of stuff to shoot at. Oh, there. One of them decides to go into action. Oh, that's shooting pretty damn fast. Ding, 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 ding. Okay, and you're shooting a little bit more, so that's maybe clearing out this area. There. This might also kill our UPS with biters just roaming. Yeah, the exploration thing. This is 8 tiles, so 8 chunks, so 19 chunks is maybe out here. We will eventually discover stuff. Yeah. Tragedy of the Commons. My space science ship, I just keep making more of them. Yeah, I know that. I know that. I have something that works, and I know that if I need to overhaul it, I need to do a massive overhaul, and I'm just not in the mood for a massive overhaul right now. Alright, so let's see. We are going to get automatic target detection activated. What the hell do you mean by that? You're saying that there's a setting? Auto-targeting. Oh, right, yes. It is auto-targeting. I think that would also be weird. But right now, it's technically correct that we don't have anything. We don't have any spots with anything left. So what if we send you out and then send you down here? It's certainly within the range. Then maybe we'll discover some nests. And if we discover some nests, we should see something activate and start shooting at it. There, for example. Now, I would think that we'd shoot this, right? Shoot it! Yes. One shot. Alright. That's something. But then it also discovers a new chunk by itself, which should activate it itself to shoot more now. Right? Now this should... You've just discovered more. So? Also, why my progress is really slow. But I'm having fun, so it's fine. Exactly. This is weird. Like, I don't understand it. I really don't. Like, you can shoot it. You have the range. But you choose not to. This one, it has the ammo. Okay, so now you decide to shoot. So it may be just like some kind of scanning, and because the base is pretty big, then it takes a while for it to scan and realize that, oh yeah, there's actually something here. Probably. Is rather low priority, which makes perfect sense that it's something that just kind of just runs through chunks. Is there anything? Is there anything? And is there anything? And then it takes a while to run through the chunks, and then it discovers, it shoots, and then it clears everything in that chunk. And then as it discovers new chunks, maybe it also discovers new locations. There. Oh, that's not it. Good. Okay, we think we have an explanation and understanding of it. It's simply just low priority shooting. So now it's shooting down here. Yeah, just discover bite, and they're gone. And then now it discovered more chunks of biters, but it'll now wait for it to sort of scan all the way through from the top until it gets down here, and then it discovers and then shoots again. So that's why there's a waiting time. Anyway, that's good. Let's figure out how we do unloading from this location as kind of thing to do here. We're now unloading science here. There is really not a lot of room for us to... do you think Legendary Bounty is the thing you'll do? No, I don't think so. I can't really see a point to it. This is not a great way. Speed. Yeah. Just everything on one side of the belt. But we're gonna have to find a way to... There we go. And then that's balanced to be equal from each, and then it's actually pretty neat. So that's going to be our design. Yep. No legendary steel chests. They are legendary steel chests. They don't need to be. Okay, so let's see. I'm guessing that let's see. Let's get an example of this. No. Get a middle example. So I have 2 belts up here, 2 belts down there, 1 belt, no, 2 belts here, 2 belts. Wait a minute. This is the return belt. Yes. Sometimes I think you're a genius. Thank you. Sometimes. How much playtime do you have in Factorio? I will give you the exact number. 8,517.3 hours. So yes, almost reached expertise. Just another 1,500 hours, which will maybe be by the end of the year. Probably not, because I'm probably not going to be playing as much. But I have put in about 1,000 hours into Factorio since it released, or since I got access to it, I think. If we look at this is 429 hours, and then if we look at, it's another 200. Okay, so maybe only 600 hours. Well, 700 hours. There's also a lot of stuff that rolled back. Those belt lamps and funky belts and beacons. I think, yeah. This is how you get 12 belts in and 1 belt out. Because you also need to get... actually, we have 2 belts out. So there's 16 belts around this. Or 16 inputs, outputs, yeah. 12 inputs, and then getting this output. So what I need to do is kind of remodel this and say, I'm going to get 1 in here, which is going to be... Yep. That's going to be the top one. And then I'm going to get... No. I'm also going to get... This is a junk outbound belt, and that's a junk outbound belt. So I have 1 inbound here. Yeah. So I'm going to need to get this as well. Yeah. Those are the 2 inputs from this side. And then one of the other inputs should also be coming from above, and that's going to be this one. Uh-huh. And then what is the next one going to be doing? I don't know. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's actually 6 inputs. That's what we have to remember. 6 inputs. That's why I got confused. And then here from the other side, that's an output input. So I'm going to get collapse this plus this. Probably just bring it all up so it can go in here and go into these. Yeah. And this one can go all the way up and in here. The next one would be going in here, for example. There. I think it's safer to do it all from the top. It might just be a little silly to have things go so far. Nah, I can't do that. That seems so silly to go all the way up here just to turn around. Right, like this. Especially because this one... yeah, there's a problem here. I really don't want this to be flipped. This should be coming from down here. Because this is going to be the agricultural science. And I don't want that to spend a lot of time on a belt just going nowhere. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Why not? Why did you balance unloaders? You only need half a belt. Why did I balance unloaders? Because if I don't balance, then everything will be unloaded from the rear wagon, and then everything from the next wagon, and from the next wagon, and then on from this wagon. I would like all the wagons to be unloaded evenly. That's why I balance between the wagons. That's why. Because suddenly I only have from this one, and then they are not fast enough to unload, because they will already, between these, they will be unloading. This will unload first, and then this one. Then there will be something left here. And if they only have one here, then it's going to be capped at whatever speed one can go at. And then I will actually have a point where I have maybe 1,000 science in here, but I cannot unload it to fill a belt because they are all stuck in here. So by balancing, they will at least be stuck in 250 in each of these. And then I can fill up a full belt. So that's why. Good. I like that. Let's do the same thing on the other side. Okay, and they'll be slightly different. Now if I look at this here, this is now the inbound, and this is the inbound. And the last one is coming from the south. Here. Okay. That one. You. Gonna go up and merge here. And you are gonna be merging. And yeah. And the other one. There. That should actually be enough. 6 hours? No, we're closing for now. That was very far from being extra hours. But that's okay. That's okay. Not today. What do we tell the hype trains? Not today. Oh wait. That's not good. And then I have to figure out what how this one's going to be doing different. Ta-da! Science base is done. That's a pretty good progress, I think, today. Oh yeah, this is only one. I'm missing both inbounds on both sides. Damn. Which actually means that the whole thing probably has to be moved up so that I buy more space on the bottom. But that's not going to be today. We'll remember that for next time, I'm sure. Good. That's good. I like this new pattern of city blocks and stuff. Lots of hype, but no extra hour. Well, I mean, lots of hype, but there are lots of trains, commuter trains. Next time we wrap up production by biolabs. Actually, it's not really a big deal to do that because I have somewhere. What is it called? What is it? Capture? Oh, I thought I had saved these somewhere in the box. Oh well. Yes, next time we do that. 14. Good. And this one is chugging along. It's not super fast, but it'll get there eventually. Let's have a look on these ones. 289,000, and this one has 249,000. This one is... are you coming back? No, the distance is... Yeah, the distance is getting bigger, so you're actually moving back now. Yeah, with 531. Okay, we have way too much. Way too much. When next time? Next Friday. Next Sunday, sorry. So, thank you very much for joining. Maybe there will be a YouTube video during the week because now we actually have some kind of progress on the novice build. So, thank you for joining. Good night, everyone. Next week will be some more Timberborn and maybe some more Microtopia. And then maybe on Wednesday there'll be a new game that we're going to be taking a look at. So, do stay tuned for that as well. Good night, everyone. Take care and stay effective.